Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from BecksHybrids.com. And here comes ShowRight from ShowRight.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from BHIFord.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from BiozymeInc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from FFBT.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from KennedyVenturesOK.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Show. Welcoming to the ring our judge, Mr. Jeffrey Thane. Well, congratulations over in the Brangus ring. In our female show. Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Your first class in was our embryo produce of dam. First place to go to back number 3100, exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Now in the ring will be your get of sire class.
Well, look forward to a Red Brahman and Gray Brahman show on this side, and a nice duo of cattle here that I think come to us in really different packages, and maybe right off the bat have you sit back and think through some decisions. And I think with that, the heifer that we'll use up front, obviously we give up some performance and probably stoutness at the ground to use this one, but I think when we just study her maturity at this stage, her youthfulness, I think in terms of her lines, her striking look that she possesses through the front one-third of her skeleton, the way she blends into her front shoulder, I think is an advantage for her. She's one that has more strength to her top line, and in terms of her skeletal flexibility, good in her angles, good in the way she handles her rear leg set. At this stage, just would like to stouten her up at the ground just a bit, probably when she gets out on the move, a little hesitant and wants to drop her pin set just a bit, which throws off her eye appeal. Heifer in second, I think there's no question. We've got a bigger foot and bone work in this one, a considerable more performance and maturity for a June heifer in this particular class. And so I think all of that kind of weighs into the decision making. She's one at this stage would probably like to smooth her up through her shoulder and through that front end. Her top line doesn't blend together quite as well to me, and when we just study her overall balance and her chest floor in relation to her flank, I like to balance that out just a bit, give her a little more strength to her pasterns. So a good pair of heifers, very, very different in terms of what they bring to the table to get us started.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. Results out of your first class of red females. First place exhibited by Jennifer Parker with Miss CBR Sunny 867 over 4. And second place was exhibited by Morris Black Gold Brahmins. Well, now welcoming class 3 before the division. Back over in the Brangus ring. Results out of class 3. First place will go to back number 20,119. That was CCC ACC Starburst 674 M14.
think in our second class, end up with a top pair here that divide themselves, and in terms of having that extra depth and dimension and volume and overall capacity, I like those things about those cattle. These cattle are also probably just a little bit stouter and more correct in their skeletal build as we study them from the ground up. I think with that said, once you pair those two up, the heifer up front exudes an incredible amount of balance and quality and attractiveness. The way that she's designed, again, through her head and her neck, and the way that she blends into her top line, incredible in the shape to her top, in the amount of expression that she has, and carries that back into her hip. I think that is a female that's got just an incredible future about her, puts together an awful lot of good, very, very fresh in her presentation. Congratulations to you, sir. Heifer behind her is one that probably just a bit more dimensional as you read her. Length of body is probably in her favor. I think overall depth and capacity, certainly one you like. She's probably built a bit wider and stouter at the ground. I think as she leaves you, probably not quite as stable in the way she handles her hock down to the ground. When we pull her here at the profile, to me, her front end just doesn't have quite the class and eye appeal that our class winner does, but certainly one in her own right that puts together an awful lot of good. Congratulations. The heifer in third, one that probably from a center body standpoint fits along with our heifers in first and second. She, too, is fairly moderate. She's fairly deep and soft through her rear rib and flank. We like those things. I think the front two-thirds of that female, very, very practical, very useful. To me, it's her hip and her rear leg set that we want to change about her. A little bit shorter hip, not as dimensional right from behind when we study pin width and overall shape and width. And then as she goes to the ground on those rear two, doesn't do it quite as well as what we have in 1 and 2. The heifer that rounds out is one that has some length of body, some length to her front end. I think one that at the ground has some foot and bone dimension, doesn't set up in her shoulder and her knee design quite as well. I think when we study her center rib and back to her flank, plays out just a little bit compared to what we have in these other cattle ahead of her, but certainly one that's got some usefulness as we project her down the road.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring before a judge selects his calf champion and reserve. Results out of Class 3, first place exhibited by Herzog Cattle. Second place went to Madison Parker. Third place, V6 Ranch. And fourth place went to Morris Black Gold Brahmins. Back over in the Brangus ring, results.
Visions, but I think a really good group of young Red Brahman cattle here to start us with. The class winner out of that first class, I think, has got a great future about her. Incredible look through the front end of her skeleton. She's good in her skeletal quality at the ground. Certainly one that's got some boldness to her rib. Just not quite as fleshy, not quite as deep and soft at this point. probably change her in her hip design just a bit, stouten her up at the ground. But I think for a little June heifer, there's one that has got a lot of good to her. Then the class that we just studied, I thought that class winner was exceptional in terms of what she brings to the table, followed by a really nice cow prospect that was second in that class. Going to keep these two together out of that class too.
Well, congratulations, your calf champion over here in the Brahman ring, exhibited by Herzog Cattle. That's Miss H.C. Bougie, 235 over 4. And reserve champion will go to Madison Parker with 3S, Miss Pulled Reba, 2. Well, now welcome in Class 6 over here in the Brahman ring.
A single entry here, one though that I think, particularly from the profile, are a lot to like about this female. I think when we study her, just a little bit extra in terms of the way that she's designed through the front end, the way that neck sets into the top part of her shoulder there, I think is intriguing. She's one that from there back opens up into a deep, soft center rib design. Maybe not just dead level when she gets out on the move, but certainly more than acceptable. Very loose in her structure, correct in that regard. I think compared to some of the others that we've seen thus far, maybe when we step in behind her, we could just pry her apart in her pin set and give her a little bit more width at her base, but certainly one that got a lot of good in her.
Well, congratulations in Class 6 over here in the Brahman ring. First place will go to Jennifer Parker with Miss CBR Babs 860 over 4. Well, now welcome in Class 7.
We study this trio on the red Brahman side. I think an interesting group of cattle that, in terms of trying to piece things together, I don't know that I think there's pieces of each one of them that we might want to alter just a bit. With that said, the heifer up front, obviously the bigger outlined heifer of this particular group, and I don't know that that becomes an advantage for her. In fact, I think I'd like to tone her down just a bit and from a frame standpoint, but certainly of this group, that's the one that's the most comfortable in terms of her skeletal quality. I think there's without question she's the one that has the most angle to her shoulder, the best set to her knee as she hits the surface both up front and from behind. She is the squarest and the most correct and offers the most functionality from that regard. So I think that alone kind of pushes her towards the top of the class. And I think because that skeleton is so much better, that allows this heifer to balance up. She's better in her top line, out through her hip. That extra length that she has to her hip, I think definitely becomes an advantage in this particular group. And so I think there's some things there that we just kind of piece together that we like about her. Again, very skeletally correct, long-bodied female, has some depth of body. Probably could just tone her down just a little bit in terms of her frame to suit me just a notch better. The heifer in second certainly offers that, and obviously the one in third does as well. They are a bit more moderate in their kind. Heifer in second kind of just gives you a deeper bodied, more productive look to the center part of her skeleton probably than our winner. She's one that to me just needs to be better designed in terms of her shoulder and down through her knee, pushes out in her shoulder just a bit, takes away from her femininity and overall look. And I think the way that she handles her rear leg just not quite as comfortably, doesn't handle her top line and her hip design quite as well. But certainly one that's got some stoutness, has some foot, has some depth of body and softness from that regard. Just like to blend the pieces together just a bit on her. Then the young man's heifer that rounds out the class, we can see just one that you like in terms of having some depth of body and initially hits you with some softness and some productive type of look, but needs to be better at the ground. I think if we change her skeletal design and her angles, then this class gets to be, just a little bit different, but I think those things just allow her to struggle enough to not be able to move her up in this particular set.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 7, first place exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Simone 230/4. Second place went to Diedering Red Brahmins with DB Southern Style 2/206. And third place exhibited by Jack Lucky with Miss Chaparral 209. Now in the ring will be Class 9 before the division. Back over in the Brangus ring, result.
Well, a class that I think in terms of just quality as we work all the way through, but especially this top trio, certainly a lot of good in each of these as we work through this particular set. With that, the young man's heifer up front, to me, the best combination of cattle that balance and then also are pulled apart in terms of their skeletal design, more boldness to her rib, dimension down her top, certainly one that when we step in behind her, just built a little bit more expressive in terms of her muscle pattern and just a little bit more genuine in her true shape as you study her skeletally. I think that heifer puts herself together extremely well in terms of the angles and the way that she blends. Maybe not as long-fronted and just neat up there as what we've seen in some of the other cattle, but I think everything blends together still very, very good. She's better in her chest floor, with that said, than the cattle that come second and third, and obviously that then plays into her advantage here at the top end of the class. Second and third, to me, some give and take between those two. I think probably have some similarities, and then maybe the differences to me are at the ground. The heifer that comes in second, just a little bit bigger footed, a little bit bigger bone. She sets back at her knee just a notch better, probably uses her rear leg and her rear ankle just a notch better than what we have in the heifer in third. That heifer's deep-bodied, just very, very loose, very useful in her overall design. She's one that I think when we just study her out through her hip and the way she plants from behind, not quite as pulled apart and stout, is our class winner. Like a lot of things about the heifer in third, we talked in that last class about trying to find some cattle that were maybe a little bit more moderate in their type. This heifer has those things. I think that becomes an advantage. She's one that's moderate. She's big rib. She's dimensional when we study her up top and from behind. I guess it's just her lower skeleton, I guess, that I would like to change just a little bit compared to that second heifer. She's not quite as good in her knee and at the ground up front. To me, when she plants on those rear two, not quite as much authority, and then that hampers her hip design just a little bit, but certainly one that's useful, productive, moderate, and wide in terms of her skeleton. A lot to like about her. This gentleman's heifer that rounds out, probably a little bit bigger outline, longer design type female than what we have in the heifer that comes right ahead of her. Becomes a little bit off balance, though. She wants to get just a little lower in her pin set, doesn't handle her rear leg quite as attractively and comfortably as what we have in the cattle that come ahead of her in this group. we get into this division over on the Brahman side. However, that came out of that first class of this group. We talked certainly her advantages from the profile and the way that she's designed skeletally, and the fact that she's so deep in terms of her body. I think she puts together a nice look up there through her front end, carries that look back through her top line, obviously fighting things now, but I think those are certainly advantages for her. When we study her compared to the two heavier or older cattle behind her, not quite as pried apart skeletally and bold in terms of her overall design, but certainly flexible, deep, balanced when we study her from the side. Heifer in the middle is one we talked in class. She won that class because she put together things skeletally. I think those advantages still come to the forefront in this particular group. Her skeletal build, her flexibility certainly is nice. She's the one that has an attractive look through her front end. She's long in terms of her body, not probably as deep and soft as the part of her cage as what we have in the cattle on either side of her, and it maybe doesn't balance up in her hip quite as well. Then the gentleman's heifer out of this final class was one that, kind of combined a lot of things in terms of being balanced and bold and dimensional, and then still good skeletally. So I think in this group, we're going to use this heifer that wins this last class. I'm going to follow with the heifer up front for reserve.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring, your junior yearling champion exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Heidi, 223/4. And reserve champion will go to Jennifer Parker with Miss CBR Babs, 860/4. We'll now get started with your next division. First class in will be class 12. Back over in the Brangus ring, we are going to bring those single entries in for division. So currently in the ring, we have class 2. These are early summer heifer calves born May to June of 2024.
Pair of cattle here that are significantly different in terms of their outline and overall future in terms of growth and performance. And so I think that weighs in depending on what direction you want to go within your operation there. I guess ultimately I prefer the more moderate, more practical type style of the heifer up front. I think there's one that moderation coupled with her skeletal design becomes an advantage for her. I think she's one that handles her front knee or front feet in a more correct manner. I think when she goes out of her hip and the way that rear leg sets to the surface, that's an advantage for her. She's moderate, she's deep-bodied, bold. I think she's fresher as well in terms of her overall condition at this stage. That becomes an advantage. So just a very useful, practical female that has enough balance and eye appeal to stay in that top spot. Heifer in second, obviously one that stretches out with more length and extension. She, too, is one that when we just study center body dimension, probably has an advantage in her depth of body at this stage. And so certainly when she plants, there's a lot to like about this female in terms of the way some things blend together. I guess ultimately it's on the move, and when she gets out and goes, that would like to change. To me, her front feet don't come to the ground quite as well when we study her in that rear leg set and the way she goes. Just a little shorter in that stride, a little straighter in that hock. Would probably like to lean her up just a bit from a condition standpoint as well.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place to go to Watts Ranch with S.
Pair, I think, to sort through, in my opinion, just because we are on such opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of what each of these cattle bring to the table, and so I think there's different routes you can go. I think anybody in the at ringside can say, well, he said this earlier and this and that. And I think this is just an interesting group. I'd sure like to tone down the heifer up front and have her take a longer stride when she gets out on the move, and then certainly would like to balance up the heifer, and that ends up here in second, and just give her a bit more look of quality and eye appeal. But ultimately, that advantage for the heifer up front becomes where we land. A good-looking heifer in terms of her look from the profile. Her front 1/3 is obviously much more attractive. Her throat, her chest floor, her length and levelness to her top line and her hip becomes an advantage. Has some boldness to her rib. Sure, like to tone her down in terms of her frame, give her more depth to her flank, have her move just a little freer out of that rear skeleton, but certainly a lot to like when she plants. Heifer in second, I think if we just want to say, well, which one's a bit bigger footed and a bit more flexible, she probably has that advantage. She is one that obviously in terms of production is going to be a lower input, more practical type female. Just ultimately would love to have her have more attractiveness and eye appeal through the front 1/3 of her body, and her chest floor doesn't balance out of her hip quite as well as some of the others we've had at the top end of a class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. First place was exhibited by Olivia Duncan with Moreno Lady Real Smokin', 356 over 4. And second place in that class will go to JC Schultz. We'll now welcome in class 14.
Well, after we follow up that last class, then we bring a trio of cattle that I think all the way through a bit more comfortable with in terms of where we're at in terms of frame and coupling that with enough performance and length of body and overall balance. This is a powerful group of cattle in terms of the way that they're designed, particularly 1 and 2 are just, to me, pried apart and bold and dimensional in terms of the way that they're made. And I think of that top 2, I think you have to say, well, both of them have plenty, and then with that, the heifer up front probably does it in just a little bit more of a maternal fashion, in my opinion, the way that she's designed there through her shoulder, the way that she plants and squares up just a bit better there at her front knee. I think she comes back with more length and levelness to her top line and handles that rear leg. I don't know that she's perfect. I think she could still have a little bit more flex when she goes and just push and use that hock a bit better, but it definitely sets down in a more attractive hip and hind leg manner than what we have in the heifer and second. But again, one that's fresh, she's bold, she's dimensional down her top, still has a very balanced look. The heifer in second, a lot to like just in terms of what she can do. I think in terms of prying them apart, making them big and bold in their center body, tremendous shape back over her top and from behind. I think all of those things are just incredibly unique breeding opportunities for her. When she gets out on the move, though, she just wants to get a bit rounder in that hip, doesn't set down quite as squarely from behind to me, and then the way that she plants up front, a little bit of that same consideration. Would just like to make her a bit better in that regard, but worlds of power and mass in her. And then the gentleman's heifer that rounds out, I think from a frame size standpoint and having enough depth of body, all of those things certainly become advantage. It takes an incredibly long stride from the side. She's one that when we step in behind her as she goes, you'd probably like to square her up just a bit from her hock down to the ground, but still a lot of good in her. Extended up through her front end, maybe not quite as long in her body from there back as the 2 that came right ahead of her. Just a single entry here, and I think one that very maternal, very cowy in terms of her presentation. I think when we just study her front 1/3, she's a feminine female that barely flattens her shoulder and then opens up into a big old dimensional rib cage, high volumed type female, flexible in terms of her structure. So I think all of those things just from a functionality standpoint certainly play into her favor. She's one that we probably like to trim her up through her chest floor just a bit, maybe stouten her at the ground ever so slightly to just give her a little bit extra there from that regard, but one that's sound, deep-bodied, very, very functional in her design.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brangus ring. Results out of class. Back over in the Brahman ring, results out of Class 14. First place exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Raven 210 over 3. Second place was exhibited by Garner Ranch, and third place went to Walters Livestock. We then brought in Class 15. First place exhibited by Watts Ranch. We'll now bring in your first and seconds to select a Champion Reserve Senior Yearling.
Front is one that, in my opinion, won that class due to just combination of moderation, skeletal correctness, very useful, practical type female. Bring her in this group, obviously, especially when she's followed by the larger framed heifer. She gets a little bit smaller in her outline and those types of things. I don't know that those are criticisms of her, but certainly in this group, she could be just a little bit more dimensional as we study her from end to end and as we start to try to figure out where she fits into the picture. But certainly a lot of good in her. Heifer that stands behind her is one that, again, striking from the profile, from a length and attractiveness, where she is in her chest floor relative to her flank. Just like to tone her down in her frame, give her a little bit more dimension there to her center body to match that frame. Probably at times is a little sluggish in the way that she goes, but a lot of good and a lot of attractiveness in her. Heifer that comes out of this third class, I thought that class we had a lot of depth in there. This one was one that I think both of this pair of heifers, wide and dimensional and stout in terms of their feature. Heifer up front's probably one that handles it in just a little bit more of an attractive package. Again, not perfect in the way she sets down on those rear two, but I think more than acceptable, and it's very, very attractive in the way that she plants. And then the heifer that we just studied as a single entry, again, very maternal in her look, deep, flexible in her design. Could probably just fix her in there through her chest floor. And to me, her hip and her rear leg set, maybe not quite as just ultra attractive and stout in the way she plants from hock to ground is what we have, and a couple of the others. So interesting group. I'm going to keep the heifers in this third class, first and second, together for this division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your senior yearling champion exhibited by Herzog Cattle, and reserve champion will go to Garner Ranch. We'll now welcome in Class 18 to start out the intermediate division.
We study this pair over on the Red Brahman side, and I think a good pair of cattle that in terms of where we're at frame and depth of body and overall dimension and volume, both of them put together those things from a very fundamental standpoint. Young man's darker red heifer up front, in my opinion, just does it with a little bit more look, more presence as we study the front 1/3 of her body, where we're at in terms of her chest floor relative to her midrib and flank. I think all plays into her having a more balanced, attractive view. Dead level in her top, strong back out through her hip. To me, her rear leg set and maybe where we're at in terms of her length back there through her stifle and quarter, all those things allow her to have a more attractive view here from the profile. Very, very fresh in terms of her condition. Heifer and second is one, I think, when we just study basics, that female's good in terms of the way she uses her hip and her rear leg. She's moderate, she's deep, very, very functional in that regard. To me, all of the things that I would like to change about her are all through that front 1/3 of her skeleton. Not quite as long and thin and attractive through her head and neck, a little bit more chest. In this female, she wants to set just a little bit wider at her shoulder and knee than what we have in our class winner, and so I think all those things are very minor, but kind of sort this particular pair of cattle. So good group, and congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. At Class 18, first place was exhibited by Deset Cattle Services with Rio Miss Griselda 50L7. And second place in that class will go to V6 Ranch with Miss HC Skyler 202/3. Now in the ring is Class 19.
here that don't necessarily want to just show themselves off, either one of them in this particular setting, but a lot of good in each of these. They do it in a little bit different manner. I think both of them, in terms of where we're at from a production standpoint, having enough width of skeleton, power, and dimension from end to end. They certainly have those things. And when we pull them to the profile, the young lady's heifer up front has some advantages in that regard. She's just built different through the front 1/3, where we're at in her neck attachment, where she sets in terms of the way she blends into her shoulder. I don't know that there's a whole lot of difference in terms of where we're at chest-wise in either one of these, but she is the higher tying female that's better in that regard. Really strong in her top line, level out through her hip. I think that levelness of hip and the way that she handles her rear leg on the move allows her to remain more attractive when she gets out on the move than the heifer in second. So a lot of things to like about her, but a lot of things to like about the heifer in second. I think when you just study from behind in terms of true muscle and shape and width of skeleton, I think she has that advantage. I think she is one that, as we've talked, in terms of being toned down and moderate and deep and bold in her rib, she has those things certainly in her favor. Not that our class winner doesn't, but this heifer has some of that in a different manner. She's a little lower in terms of her neck attachment, a little bit thicker through her front end. Just rounds out of her hip a touch, and maybe not quite as attractive in her rear leg set. And when we step right in behind her and just study the way that she works, she's square from her hock down to the ground. She's flexible from that regard. So a lot of good in terms of the way that one's made skeletally from a functionality standpoint. Could maybe just blend it together a little bit different from the profile to give her a touch more look. Nice pair of cattle here that I think from the profile have some similarities in terms of being smooth blending, attractive in their top line, back out to their hip. Both of these cattle are correct in terms of their structural design. With that, the heifer up front just does so in a fresher package that's also a bit more dimensional. She's wider through her chest. That allows her then to come out of her spine with more boldness and dimension to the center part of her body. Those things allow her then to balance up from forerib to flank just a notch better than the heifer that comes in second. I think, too, her length of hip and the way that she uses her hip and rear leg on the move become an advantage. I'd like to clean her up through her chest floor, allow her to just to pull together that balanced, attractive look in an even more high-caliber manner, but certainly a tremendous amount of good in her. And then, as we talked, a young man's heifer that comes next is one that's smooth blending. She's flat through her shoulder. She's flexible. A lot of skeletal quality from that regard. One that when we just step in behind her, just a little bit plainer reading down her top, a little bit flatter in through her rib cage, narrows up a bit at her base from behind, but certainly a very useful female, make a tremendous cow prospect.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. Results out of Class in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 19 and 20. First place exhibited by Jennifer Mask, and second place went to Walters Livestock. Class 20, first place was Herzog Cattle, and second place was V6 Ranch. We're now welcoming in your first and seconds. Our judge will select as champion reserve intermediate heifers.
we get into this division. I think a lot of quality as we worked our way through each of these classes. And heifer that represents his first class, I think one that certainly has a balanced look from the profile in terms of being clean through her chest floor, back in to a good center rib shape and overall dimension there. She's one that then is high tying in her neck. She's strong back down through her top line. Probably as we study her, maybe just sets up a little bit straighter in through her shoulder and knee compared to a couple of the other cattle, but certainly one that has a nice look from the side. Heifer in the middle is one that's very, very intriguing in terms of the way that she pieces together from the profile, from her front 1/3, her strength of her top line. Could be just a little bit higher in her pin set, in my opinion, and so I think that becomes something we look at. And then as she goes, she's one that is still very flexible. I think both those cattle in that particular class moved well. I think this one just that front end design, strength of her top line, boldness to her body, all those things come together very, very well. Then the heifer that we had in this final class, we talked. She could be just a little bit cleaner through her chest floor, perhaps, but I think in terms of one, from her shoulder back, she's probably the one that I certainly like the most. She has the most dimension down her top. She's bold in her rib cage. She uses her hip and her rear leg, certainly functional, and then puts together everything in a very nice package as well. So I thought this group, I think when we just study the quality of all the cattle out here, certainly put together a lot of positives. So an interesting group to kind of try to sort through and land on exactly what we want to do within this division. Going to use the heifer out of the final class and then use the heifer in the middle for reserve.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Ring, your champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Herzog Cattle, and reserve in that division will go to Jennifer Mask. Now in the ring, we have class 24 for your junior division over here in the Brahman ring. Back over to the Brangus ring.
Well, an intriguing pair here, and I think at the stand and at the move, maybe a tale of two different decisions as we work. I'll be the first to admit, as the heifer up front plants, there's probably things in terms of the way that her lines appear from the profile that I'd like to change. I'd like to clean her up to her chest floor. I'd like to give her more strength to her top line. Touch more link to her hip, even though I think her hip design we'll talk about in a second. But the one thing I know is when they get out on the move, she's more appropriate in the way that she plants in terms of her front knee and down to the ground. And then certainly when she uses her rear leg, she does so with more length and flexibility and usefulness in terms of that rear leg set. I think when they first just hit the pin, you question, does she have enough volume and dimension? And to me, when you study her up top, I think she does. She's got enough boldness to her rib. Be the first to admit, I'd like to pull her down in her flank relative to her chest and allow all those things to blend together. But she's one that when we study her head and her neck, she's a bit more maternal, a little bit longer and thinner about her neck design. So I think those things, coupled with her skeletal correctness, allow her to end up in that first spot. The gentleman's heifer in second is one that I think when she hits the pin, you're immediately drawn to how big rib she is, how soft she is in terms of her rear rib and flank. She's strong in terms of her top line behind her shoulder and has a lot of dimension up high. She's one, though, that when she gets out on the move, to me, for the way that she's designed up high, I'd like to give her a shot more bone work underneath her to help her balance up. And then she certainly needs to be a bit more flexible in terms of the way she uses that rear leg and get out and drive it more appropriately, in my opinion. Probably from a hip design standpoint, like to pull her back in that tail head and give her more length from that regard. At the stand, a lot to like about her. Just when we get her out on the move, would sure like for her to handle that rear leg better, in my opinion.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Brangus ring, results out of your senior heifer calf division. Champion exhibited by Roop Cattle Company with MP Miss Finley 74L7. And reserve champion went to MP Brangus with MP Miss Black Velvet 304L34. Now in the ring, we'll start your senior heifer calf division for the Red Brangus. This is Class 9 winter heifer calves born November to December. Ring results out of Class 24. First place exhibited by Dietering Red Brahmins with DB Southern Style 2/103, and second place was exhibited by Dosette Cattle Services. We're now going right into division. We had a single entry of Class 25 exhibited by Walters Livestock. Our judge will now select his champion reserve junior heifers.
As we complete this division, obviously the heifer up front, we just talked within class, and then we bring a single entry in, and one that would have been fun to have her come in by herself and parade, because I think there's a tremendous amount of quality in this female. I think when we study her at the ground in terms of the way she's designed and sets, I think all that is extremely appropriate and massive in terms of her center body, the depth and softness she has from forerib to flank. Maybe not just quite as up-fronted as what we've had in a couple of other heifers, but for the amount of power that she has from there back, more than acceptable there, good enough in terms of her chest floor, a lot to like. That gentleman will have our champion in the division, follow with the heifer up front for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your junior champion over here in the Brahman ring, exhibited by Walters Livestock. That's a Walters Delicious Rojo. Second place reserve in that division will go to Dietering Red Brahmins with DB Southern Style 2/103. We're now going to welcome in your only class of our senior division. This will be Class 29.
really good pair of heifers that represent one of the older classes, both of them heavy bred type females. And I think when they come in, both of them exude a lot of quality and eye appeal. The young lady's heifer up front, to me, is the one that when they get out on the move in terms of her top line and her hip design and the way she handles her rear leg, all of it remains more attractive, more balanced. I think she's one that is extended up through her front end, certainly has just a notch of chest in her that would probably like to clean up to make ideal. She's bold down her top. All those things are in her favor. I guess as we just start to break them down, I like the way that she plants up front just a notch better. The squareness from her knee down to her toe, and then the way that she moves out of that rear leg is just a bit more attractive to me than what we have in the heifer in second. Heifer in second is one that certainly moderate, incredibly dimensional down her top. Great amount of shape that allows her to be very, very bold in terms of her rib. I like those things about her. So to me, there's a balanced look. When we study her right up front, she wants to toe out a bit, wants to get in at her knee. I don't think she's as good there as what our class winner was when she handles that rear leg set. To me, it's not quite as attractive as what we have. And so I think a really good female, certainly a tremendous amount of quality in her, just a fun pair to kind of think through in your mind.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior heifer over here in the Brahman ring, exhibited by Garner Ranch with CT Miss Violet Rhino, 33/2, and reserve champion will go to Herzog Cattle. We'll now welcome in your final class and division here in our Red Brahman Female Show.
Just a single entry here that I think represents our a division here on the Red Brahman side, and just an incredibly maternal, just a useful type female in terms of the way that she's made structurally, like where we're at from a frame standpoint, her depth of body, her softness, and then the fact that she's silver combines that with so much refinement through her front end. Handles her top line well on the move. I think one that is obviously off to a good start with the December bull calf here that has worlds of stoutness and power in him. I think a great future in that particular calf. So really good group pair here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in your age senior division. Champion exhibited by Watts Ranch with SCC Miss 7 Stella V2/2. Well, at this time, we'll bring in all those division champion and reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion, Red Brahman female. Well, congratulations in the Brangus.
An incredible group of females. We had obviously a few more numbers in these younger divisions, so you get a chance to look at those cattle a couple of times in the ring, and then we round out the day with some of these cattle that just hitting the surface for maybe their second time out here in our grand drive. So want to make sure that we get a chance to study them and kind of see exactly how they fit into the picture. And I think it's just been tremendously high quality show. If you would, those of you at ringside, let's put our hands together for these breeders and exhibitors that put together a very, very nice set. And I think several of different ways that we can go as we wrap up the show. There's a couple of cattle that, to me, offer a high deal of uniqueness for what they bring to the table, and just have maybe that extra eye appeal and overall balance to me that factors in. And then some cattle here on this other end of the spectrum that are extremely productive in terms of what they're doing as cows and heavy breds and such, and that still have enough eye appeal and balance to kind of fit in with things. And so I think it's been just a really intriguing show to kind of and land the ones that kind of best suit from an overall spectrum standpoint. So with that, put the mic down, go select your champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Red Brahman female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of our calf division. That was Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Bougie, 235/4. And congratulations, reserve grand champion coming out of the senior division. That was Garner Ranch with CT Miss Violet Rhino, 33/2. Well, once again, congratulations to all of our Red Brahman female exhibitors.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. Results out of your summer heifer division. Is class 17. These are spring yearling heifers, born March to April. Started with your Red Brahman Bull Show. We have 3 single entries in the ring to select a champion reserve junior yearling.
The bull show, and I think we end up with 3 basically class winners that represent this first division, and so we move right into our division lineup, and I think a really good group. I think there's kind of something for everybody in this particular setting, and still 3 high-quality entries. Gentleman's bull that comes out of our first class is one that I think, just from a skeletal standpoint, is one you like, the way he's made through his shoulder down through his knee. He's certainly one that from a moderation standpoint you like, and then the center rib in him is pretty neat. He's bowled through his fore rib and has some depth back there through his flank. Maintains a lot of levelness on the move, and so all those things become positives on him. And step right in behind him, maybe not just as much turn and shape and expression as what we have, and particularly the bull on the opposite end. He's one that maybe just pushes a little bit more chest in him at this stage, and then just very youthful in terms of his look. And so I think you kind of weigh that out, and a lot of projection to do, but certainly fundamentals of structure and soundness play into his favor. Gentleman's bull in the middle is one that, again, I think you like where we're at, and from a frame size standpoint, he's deep through the center body, has some dimension up high. He's one that I think just from a balance standpoint, particularly through his hip and where we're at in our pin set, doesn't balance up quite as well in that regard. When he gets on the move, he's a little shorter stepping compared to the bulls on either side of him. Dark red bull that represents the oldest class of this division. Just love a lot of things about him, particularly from his shoulder back. That guy's dimensional up high. He's a high volume bull. He's got a big hip in him. Sets down on a really attractive rear leg. Uses that rear leg extremely good, and obviously has a performance edge in this particular grouping. If we change him, to me, it's to that front shoulder and knee. He could be just a bit better there. Handles it okay, and I think one that obviously is going to have a chance to show us how he handles that long term. But certainly from his shoulder back, tremendous power and dimension, a great rear leg in him, uses his rear leg really, really good, just like to pry him apart in his chest and his front knee just a bit. So I think you've got really a couple of decisions here that become intriguing and where we want to land today versus maybe where we will later on. Today, the bull that suits me is going to be the bull out of this last class and follow with the young man's bull up front.
Well, congratulations. Your junior yearling champion over here in the Brahman ring, exhibited by Walters Livestock with Mr. Red V8 521 over 9. And reserve champion and congratulations went to Jennifer Parker.
We talked the single entry over on the Red Brahman side. I think a bull that's got a lot of depth, rib, and flesh, just very practical in terms of his view to the center part of his skeleton. You like those things about him, and he's fairly high-tying in the way he sets up in through his front end. To me, what we change about him is the fact that he gets to be a bit more upright in his shoulder and knee, and the same in that rear skeleton sets up a little straighter there through his hock. That doesn't enable him to take as long of a reach out of that rear skeleton, throws off his top line a bit. Like to probably clean him up in his sheath just a bit as well, but certainly a deep-bodied, practical center type bull.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 52. First place was exhibited by Dietering Red Brahmins with DB Southern Style 2 over 182. Back over in the Brangus ring. Results out of Class 17. First place was
The good differences in terms of really what they excel at in this particular setting. I think my eyes probably drawn to the bull up front pretty quickly, just from the advantage in terms of his ruggedness, stoutness of feature, density in terms of the way he's designed to the center part of his body, and definitely dimensional. I think all of those things, that extra power at his foundation, and depth of rib and flesh, and uniformity from forerib, really chest back to his flank, allows him to balance up better, in my opinion. So a bull that just masculine, rugged, powerful, still handles his feet and legs well enough, and certainly has the advantage in balance and rib in this particular setting. The bull that follows him is probably one that is cleaner jointed, probably uses his feet and legs just a notch more squarely when he plants to the ground. He sets up good up front. When he leaves you, he uses that rear leg and sits down good on his rear foot. This guy has tremendous shape down his top and back out through his hip. I like all of those things about him. Just when he hits the pin, you want him to do so in a bit more rugged fashion in terms of his foundation and stoutness at the ground. Probably could be just a little softer there through his forerib and flank, allow him to balance up through that underpinning just a notch more. But certainly a lot of good in him, the way he gets out and moves and the amount of shape that he can add.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 53. First place exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Mr. H.C. Charlie, 215 over 3. And second place in that class will go to Dietering Red Brahmins. Now in the ring, this is Class 55 before the division.
Obviously, one that's quite a bit bigger outlined and more extended than some of the other bulls that we've seen, and certainly one that at the ground's built with some bone and some foot size to him. So we like all of those things. Has some depth there through the center part of his body, and again, extremely long and extended from the side view. One that I think with that extra frame and would probably just like to give him more dimension all the way through, more volume, more mass through his forerib, back through his flank, probably give him a shot more muscle and width down his top and from behind. One that handles his feet and legs, I think, acceptably. We'd probably just, and one that's being very shown in a very honest condition at this standpoint. I think we get more condition on him. He changes the way that he looks out here, but certainly long-bodied, extended bull that got good bone and foot underneath him, just more dimension from end to end to help him move up in a division.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of class 55. First place went to Morris Black Gold Brahmins. We're now going to welcome in your first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve senior yearling.
We bring the bulls back from this division. The bull up front, we talked within that setting as a single entry about being a deep-bodied, kind of practical center type bull that sets up with a neat look through his front end. I think in terms of structure, sets to be a little upright on either end of his skeleton. That does not allow him to travel with as much levelness to his top line and hip as ideal. Really stout, high-quality bull in the middle. I think he's one that we could probably clean up in his joint work just a bit and allow him to go a bit freer, but certainly the rugged, masculine, powerful bull of this group that still has the advantage in balance. And then the bull that we just studied in that last class in terms of being more growth-oriented and big outline type bull that could use more dimension and power as we work into his center skeleton. So a good group here. We're going to use the bull in the center for your champion of this division. Congratulations. Bring in that second in that class and take another look here before we select our reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your senior yearling champion over here in the Brahman ring, exhibited by Herzog Cattle. That's Mr. H.C. Charlie, 215/3. And congratulations to the reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Dietering Red Brangus. That's DB Southern Style, 2/169. We'll get started with your next division. First class in will be class 58.
we end up with an extremely high-quality representative to lead off in this class. Incredibly well-balanced bull, and also just love where we're at in terms of the way he's presented from a condition standpoint. Bull that rugged in his design, maybe not just overwhelmingly so compared to another bull that we've seen in terms of bone and foot, but I think this guy has the right amount for what we've got up high and where we're at in terms of our center body. That guy's bold in his full rib, like him through his mid rib, back to his flank, balances up extremely well in his underpinnings and such. Certainly a bull that you like. If I got critical, it would just be as he gets out and goes. Would like to see him set just a little bit higher in his pin set, maintain more levelness as he travels, but certainly a bull that I think has worlds of good in him. The bull that follows him in the lineup, I think in his own right, has some things that we like. He's deep in his full rib, back to his flank, very, very soft middle type bull. You like that. In this comparison, though, he's one that just doesn't open up with as much power and mass, probably doesn't handle his feet and leg structure as well as what we do in our class winner. But two good bulls, but really nice bull that led off.
Well, congratulations in Class 58. First place go to Walters Livestock with Walters Clutch Rojo. Second place in that class exhibited by Dietering Red Brahmins with Mr. Double Diamond, 2 over 144. We're now going to welcome in Class 59 before the division.
Well, a really high-quality class here. I think as we work all the way down, and we could probably leave them out here and think through it. I think with that, though, the bull that lands in this top spot is the one that just combines the most completeness, in my opinion. He's the one that has the ruggedness of design and power built in him, and yet still balances up, particularly from his shoulder back. Love his top line, love his hip, love the way that he uses his rear leg. I think he's more correct in his front structure than what we have in the bull that rounds out the class. Those things become advantages. I wish he was just a little cleaner in his chest relative to where we're at in his flank to help him balance up. But I think there's one to me that just kind of puts the most good together in this setting. Second and third, I think, debatable. On the move, there's no question the bull in second has an advantage as they stand and just comfort level in terms of top line and such. The bull in third has the advantage there. This guy's a little harder to read because he doesn't want to just plant and stand for the gentleman, but I think in terms of his skeletal design, his flexibility, his joint work, he has considerable advantage there. He's still long and extended through his front end, moderate in terms of his frame. He lacks the power and dimension that we have and the bulls that surround him in this class, but to me, a lot of good just in terms of the way he's designed. Would like to clean him up in his sheath. The bull that rounds out at the stand, love his power down his top, his boldness, his dimension when we step right in behind him. And I think for some, maybe he works his way up. And I think, the more you think through it, I think you could land in different spots. For me, this guy just not quite as good in his angles. He just doesn't handle his front structure. And then definitely the way he uses his hip and his rear leg is the bull that I would like to change the most in this particular setting in that area.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 59. First place to go to Herzog Cattle with Mr. H.C. Asher, 199 over 3. Second place exhibited by Watts Ranch, and third to Herzog Cattle. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds, like the Champion Reserve Intermediate Bull.
Work through this division. I think we end up with a pair of class winners that just have a great deal of quality about them in terms of their balance, and then coupling that with some ruggedness at the ground and center rib design and just overall power through the center parts of their skeleton. These are the two bulls that have that advantage. Gentleman's bull up front, probably the bull I like through his front 1/3 better. He's one that's a high tying through his front end, really clean through his chest floor, lays back nicely in there through his shoulder, and then like the way that he comes out of his hump and his top line with good shape there to his full rib and back to his mid-rib. He's the bull of the pair, though, that probably from his rear skeleton, you'd like to change his hip design just a bit, have him sit a little bit more power and in foot size as he goes, and he's the one, as we talked with in class, because of all that, probably when he gets out on the move, doesn't maintain the look that he has when the gentleman has him here at stand, but certainly a bull that's got tremendous quality. The bull behind him, I think it's from his shoulder back, he's got the advantage, right? He's the big top, long hip bull that sets in better about his tailhead and his pin set. I like his rear leg set in terms of the way that he gets out and handles it more attractively. If you would change him there through his chest floor just a notch to make him just be incredibly well balanced. I think we had a good group here. Going to use the gentleman's bull in the back, use the younger bull up front for reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Brahman ring results out of your intermediate division. Champion intermediate bull exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Mr. H.C. Asher, 199/3. And reserve champion will go to Walters Livestock with Walters Clutch Rojo. We're now going to welcome in class 63 into the ring. This is your junior division. Back over in the Brangus ring. Last
Nice pair, but I think a bull up front that divides himself in terms of his look, of balance, and quality from the side, and his ability to be. Because of that, he's the better structured bull in terms of the angles of his skeleton, particularly his hip and his rear leg set. A tremendous advantage there to me as we study him. Center body, I think we're good. Enough power and mass in him, and then still blends it together very, very nicely through the front end of his skeleton. I think a nice bull there to lead us off. Gentleman's bull that comes next, again, higher performing, probably a bigger volume type bull through the center part of his skeleton. Has some mass and dimension up high. It's probably at the ground that probably want to stouten him up in his bone work just a notch and change the angles of his skeleton. I think when those two bulls get on the move, that's the guy that hinges and handles that in a looser structured type manner than the bull that comes here in second. But a good set of bulls that have a lot of power and performance to them.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Brahman ring. Results out of your junior division. Champion exhibited by Garner Ranch with Mr. G.R. Fernando, 4/23. And reserve champion goes to Dietering Red Brahmins with D.B. Southern Style, 2/124. Now in the ring will be your single entry here in our age senior division. Well, congratulations. And
here as we start to wrap up the Red Brahman Bull Show, and big outline, growth-oriented bull, very, very strong in his top line. Shape up high is good. The length of his hip, I think, certainly is a positive in him. Pretty clean in terms of his sheath work. Like those things, if we change him, I think probably for where we're at, I'd like to see him just a bit bigger in his bone and foot. Probably when he gets out and moves, could just drive and use that rear leg with a bit more authority than he does. And but certainly one that from a performance, length of body, strength of top line, a lot of positives in him and in production.
well, congratulations, your champion age senior bull exhibited by Dietering Red Brahmans with DB Spotify 1/998. Well, at this time in the Brahman ring, we'll bring in all of your division champion reserves and we'll select a grand and reserve grand champion Red Brahman bull. Well, once again, if you're just joining us here in the Jim Nork Arena, currently in Ring 1, we have all of your division champion and reserves in the ring to select a Ring 2, we have all of your first and seconds out of our divisions to select a grand reserve Red Brahman bull.
clearly my hats are tipped and off to those of you that are behind these cattle from a breeding standpoint and presentation standpoint. Just really pleased with the group that we have, both on each side of the arena here. I think we've got some cattle on the opposite side that have a great future, or whether it be in the show ring or in production. As we work our way through, I thought there's parts and pieces of each of these that are certainly going to allow them to be incredibly successful, obviously in the show ring, but hopefully more importantly as they get out and start doing their job from a genetic standpoint. Gentleman's bull up front, we talked earlier, I think from his shoulder back, that guy has a lot of positives in him. Love his top line, love his hip, love his rear leg. We talked a little bit in class in terms of in division, in terms of his knee and maybe his foreribs not quite as opened up at this stage of his show career as what we have in some of the others, but tremendous amount of quality and good in that particular bull. Really like the bull out of this second division, just in terms of maybe being, my speed in terms of where we're at frame size wise. His bone and foot's extremely stout and rugged and massive. I love his center rib and the fact that he still puts all that together with a good chest floor in him. He was one we talked. In terms of the way he just plants, he could do so a little bit more squarely, but when he gets out on the move from the side view, for sure, handles that hip and his rear leg with a lot of reach and a lot of authority. Gentleman's bull in the middle is one that you like from his freshness. We talked within that particular division. That guy from his shoulder back is incredibly good, in my opinion. You'd like to change him there through his chest floor just a bit to help him maybe help balance all those pieces together extremely well. Like the young ladies bull that comes out of this fourth division, just in terms of putting a lot of the pieces of the puzzle together. He's flexible. He's sound in terms of the way he uses his hip and his rear leg. He's muscular, maybe just not quite as overwhelming in terms of his overall feature as what we have in some of the other cattle. He's a bull that probably sets out just a bit wider up front compared to where we open up and do our full rib, but certainly has a lot of positives. And then the bull that rounds out, big outline, strong top line, just a lot of production in him. Would like for him to be a little bit stouter in terms of his feature to vie and challenge in this group. So with that said, been a lot of fun. We'll go put the mic down and select the two that put the most good together, in my opinion.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. Your grand champion, Red Brahman Bull, exhibited by Herzog Cattle. That was Mr. HC Charlie 215 over 3. And reserve champion, Red Brahman Bull, exhibited by Garner Ranch with Mr. GR Fernando 4 over 23. We're going to get started with your Gray Brahman female show here in ring 2.
We get started with the Gray Show, a single entry July female that obviously has got just all the daylight out in front of her in terms of maturity and getting to the point where she can really vie for championships in a show ring setting. But I do know we're off to a good start just in terms of the young man's presentation of this female. Attractive female, strong in her top line, fairly uniform in her body depth from forerib to flank. I think we got a long way to go, so it'll be just fun to see how this heifer matures through the center part of her body and how she uses that rear leg in terms of the amount of flexibility and authority that she plants. But certainly an attractive, youthful female that's strong in her top line. Got a nice future ahead of her for sure.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. We've begun our Gray Brahman female show. First class in the ring. Class 1, first place, exhibited by Aaron Watson with Miss H 63 over 4.
Bring a June single entry in, I believe, and one that when we study her at the ground, certainly one that's built with some bone and foot and flexibility in terms of her joint work. The way that she just takes a long, attractive stride around the pin is certainly in her favor. When she gets stopped, the young lady can pull that top line together quite well. She's one that on the move maybe gets just a little bit shorter through her front end, a little more throat in her as we study her back through her hip design. Maybe doesn't hold that together quite as attractively as she gets out on movement, but certainly one that good bone foot size to her, good center rib at this stage of her career.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 2. First place exhibited by V6 Ranch with V6 Miss Texas Tornado 044. Well, now welcoming Class 3 before the division. Correction on that. The grand champion came out of our senior division. That was Tahoe Ranch with Tahoe's Miss Velveeta 204K6.
Really good class here as we work through them. To me, we've got a class winner that divides herself. I think of this, upper trio that all have a little bit more dimension and mass in terms of the way their skeleton's designed. She's without question the one that strikes the most presence and pose through her front end, through her top line, back out through her hip. I just think when we draw one of them up at this stage of their life, certainly her symmetry and eye appeal from the side is second to none in this particular setting. So congratulations to you. As she goes out and moves, maybe just doesn't drive that rear leg quite as flexible as what we have in the heifer that comes right behind her. This heifer in second is one that just in terms of, ESTs or, most, she certainly has some of that. She is the widest, the boldest, the stoutest in terms of the way that she's designed, certainly very fleshy and low input in terms of her look. Just a little rounder there through her shoulder and back out through her hip. Doesn't have that eye appeal that we have in that class winner when they set up at the profile. Probably a little more discussion in my head, at least, between 3 and 4. 3's the one that is incredibly sound, loose structured, moderate, deep ribbed, maybe just a little plainer there through her front end, rounds out of her hip just a notch. I think this young man's heifer that ends up in 4th today, as she matures and we soften up through that center part of her body, I think her extra look that she has through the front 1/3 and through her chest floor and the fact that she's strong and has more length to her top line probably gives her an advantage long-term potentially for her to move up in this setting. So I think you've got a nice heifer there, young man. So is the heifer that rounds out. She's probably as long-bodied as what we have. She's got some boldness to her rib, just doesn't have that depth and softness to her rib and flank at this stage. Maybe an illusion, but the way that color pattern works, she just doesn't look like she goes to the ground on quite as stout a foundation as what we have and in the heifers that come right ahead of her. So good group. I think all of them have got a nice future, a lot of maturing that all of them will do, which may shuffle the deck as we go through their career.
Results out of Class 3 before division. First place exhibited by Ethan Alvarez with 79's Miss 2/24. Second place went to Walters Livestock. Third place in that class exhibited by V6 Ranch. Over in the Brangus ring, we're now going to get started with your Ultra Black and Ultra Red female show. First class in will be Class 4. These are early spring heifer calves born March of 2024.
Bringing this first division, I think obviously we had some numbers in that final class, allowed us to kind of work through some things. First two single entries, youthful type cattle that have a great future ahead of them, both just extremely immature at this stage, which again they should be, but when we bring them into the show ring setting, obviously that plays into thought processes and decisions. And I think certainly the heifer that comes out of that second class, quite a bit more in terms of her bone and foot and center body than what we have in that youngest heifer. And then we talked these last two, obviously the heifer that wins that third class, I think just a lot of her. And then I think, challenges, where we land. I think this heifer that was second in that particular class is one that again has so much you like, and then maybe type and kind wise, it'll be interesting to see how she develops long term, and obviously her settling into the show ring scenario will only be a plus for her. So a good group. I think as we get to this group, going to keep these heifers out of this final class together for champion and reserve division.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Your calf champion, exhibited by Ethan Alvarez with 79's miss 2 over 24. And reserve champion to go to Walters Livestock with Walters Magical Grace. We'll now welcome in your next division in the Brahman ring. We'll look to see Class 7.
Just a single over here, and I think one that structural quality allows her to offer a lot here as a single entry, obviously, but then I think projecting her out to a bigger, older female and one that's going to have more competition as she goes. I think that skeleton is one that is going to allow her to be towards the front end of classes as we go. She's up-headed. She's got presence, quality about her as she hits the surface and presents herself on the move. I love her top line. She's one that at this stage not overwhelming in the boldness and shape to her forerib and center body, but one that's obviously presented in a very green, youthful manner today. I like a lot of things about her going forward.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. First place in Class 6 was Ethan Alvarez with BCC Lady Cora, 283 over 4. Well, congratulations back over in the Ultra ring. First place in Class 4 was exhibited by Tracy Middleton. Second place went to Tahoe Ranch. We'll wait to bring in Class 5 until our drive. In the ring now is Class 6.
division here, I guess we end up with 4 single entries here that all converge for our division honors. And we saw the gentleman's heifer up front as a single, and then brought the rest of them in here. And so we talked her skeletal quality, her presence, her look, her up-headedness certainly becomes an advantage as she hits the pin. I think it's from there back at this stage, and just not nearly as opened up and dimensional at this stage in terms of her center rib and her overall mass. I think her hip, she probably doesn't handle that quite as well, particularly as the 2 heifers that come right behind her in this group. Gentleman's heifer that comes out of that second class, I think at the stage one that you like in terms of where we're at, frame size-wise, her center rib, her overall mass and dimension that she has at this stage, I think is certainly things that we like about her. A little bit more flesh in her, and so with that then too, a little bit more front end, a little more throat, a little more chest in that particular female. Maybe not quite just the extra eye appeal that you have in the heifer that stands right behind her. When they get on the move, she's probably the one of the group that I would like to just see her set down a touch more squarely as she leaves you from her hock down to the ground and drives off of that surface. But certainly at the stand, one that I like in terms of her body and her mass. The gentleman's heifer that represents Class 3, front 1/3 of her is exceptional. She's up-headed. She's got that extra look and attractiveness, still fairly clean in through her chest floor. Opens up into a nice center rib, just not overwhelmingly deep or bold, but certainly enough, I think, at this stage. She's got good shape down her top, handles her feet and leg structure pretty well. She's just not quite as bold and dimensional as the heifer that comes right ahead of her, but to me, very, very fresh in her presentation, very correct in terms of her skeleton. And then a lot of things that you like about this heifer out of Class 4 as well. She's moderate, she's big-ribbed, she certainly has some thickness. I guess as I study her, probably sets up just a little straighter in through her knee and shoulder, and one that just gets a little rounder out of her hip in the way that she handles that rear leg. But a lot to like about her from a cow power standpoint. So an interesting decision here. I think a pair of heifers that kind of surface in my mind, and one of them that I think for her age has a lot of things you like, but then one that I think has a great deal of future ahead of her still too as well. So nice group. I'm going to use the gentleman's heifer out of this 3rd class of this division. The heifer out of Class 2 will be your reserve.
Well, congratulations back in the Brahman ring. Results out of your junior yearling division. Champion exhibited by Walters Livestock with Miss H5H, Josie 5/4. Reserve champion was exhibited by Teal Cronky with Miss DSC 32/4. Back over to the Ultra ring. Results out of that last class before division. Class 6, first place exhibited by KO's Cattle Service with BB Miss Rose 150 M2. Second place went to 4D Brangus. And third place was exhibited by Luchek Cattle. We'll now bring you first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, junior heifer calf.
a nice pair of cattle. They don't necessarily fit together in terms of their positives, but I think it makes for a fun thought process and decision. The gentleman's heifer up front, obviously one that's more massive, more rugged, more feature, more boldness in her as you work from end to end. I think all of those things certainly play in. She is the more moderate heifer. I don't know that I've got a problem with the frame size and the heifer that comes in second. If anything, this heifer up front is probably pushing the envelope just on that a little bit, especially due to the fact that she gets just a little bit broader about her head, a little bit bolder in terms of her shoulder. Like to probably make her more maternal through the front 1/3 of her skeleton from a look standpoint. But love her mass, love her volume, her overall dimension and power at the ground. Heifer in second is one that, obviously a little bit cleaner and more refined in terms of her bone work. I don't know that she's got a huge structural advantage over the heifer that we used to win, but she's certainly cleaner and more refined through the front 1/3 of her skeleton as well. She has that advantage. She's got length of body. She's got some softness there to her rib. I would just like to pry her apart from end to end, give her more boldness, more dimension, stouten her up in her pin set a bit as she leaves you, and give her a bit more width as she goes to the ground.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place to go to Drew Watson with M4 Carmelita's Dark Spiced Rum, 35. And second place exhibited by Bryn Vernon. We'll now welcome in Class 13.
I think quality throughout this particular class, but a top pair that pull themselves together with more ruggedness of feature, more mass and dimension as you work your way through their center skeleton. And I think with that, in this top pair, I think there's some give and take. Young Lady's heifer is one that I think just does everything with just a little extra bone, width of skeleton. She's bolder down her top. All those things are advantages for her. I think with maybe a little extra in terms of her boldness, there's times where, especially on the move, maybe doesn't blend together quite as well in terms of her top line. I like to change that about her, but I think a sound, just a very useful type female that has enough of a maternal look up there through her front end. Young man's heifer, probably a little bit more refined package through that front end. I think that really becomes maybe a positive for that heifer as you kind of think through that particular pair. She, too, is very strong in her top line, good in terms of her hip design. She wants to set out just a little bit more at her shoulder and her knee. I'd like to change that about her. And then she's one that gets just a little bit frailer and flatter in her bone work and overall foundation as we go all the way through that female. Kind of red tinged heifer that rounds out the class. A little bit more growth and performance, strong in her top line, a long-bodied female that is fairly up-headed. She wants to get just a little bit shorter up there through her front end, a little shorter in her hip. Obviously doesn't set down as much stoutness and feature at the ground.
Well, congratulations back in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 13. First place went to Bailey Chico with M4 Miss Carmel Corn, 32. Second place will go to Levi Watson. And third place exhibited by Teal Cronky. Now welcome in Class 15. Correction on that this is Class 14. 15 will conclude the division.
A single entry here, that'll be a nice one to bring out in division and kind of think through where exactly she fits in. But no question in terms of skeletal quality and design and presence when she hits the surface, has some advantages over a number of cattle that we've seen. I like how she's up-headed, she's extended through her front end, blends nicely in through her shoulder. Love her strength of her top line, her extra length back out through her hip. Handles that hip and rear leg with authority. I think it's a matter of when she comes back in, how we see her in terms of her center body and her overall softness to her mid-rib and flank. But certainly the pieces of skeletally and balance and eye appeal work into her favor as a single entry. Well, another pair that bring to the table much different advantages as we work through, but young man's heifer, I think, up front has the advantages in terms of her skeletal quality, her foot shape, her extra bone work for where we're at, and her overall size. I think her flexibility becomes an advantage, and then the fact that then she's the leaner condition female that's got much more refined, attractive look to the front 1/3 of her body. She's strong in her top line. She's level out through her hip. No question, we give up a lot of volume and mass and dimension to the center part of her skeleton to the heifer in second. Heifer in second, I think, from her shoulder back in terms of being uniform in her body depth, bold in her rib cage, spreading some width and dimension up high. She certainly has that. I think for me, I wish we could match that dimension up high with more foot and bone work at her foundation. I think she's a heifer that pushes a little more condition, gets a little plainer reading through the front 1/3 of her skeleton.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Ultra Ring, your senior heifer calf.
Division. I think obviously you hear some of the comments that are made on the other side in the ring, and I think ultimately some of those discussions go through your own head as you stand over here and work through this particular group. I think really an intriguing division in terms of where we had numbers and trying to find the cattle that put the most good together within those classes. I think we end up with a division that probably has two very distinct different types on either side. Obviously the cattle up front in classes 1 and 2 of this division fit together a little bit more type-wise, and then the heifers at the opposite end do as well. Gentleman's heifer that comes out of this class 1, I think, at the stand in terms of her just being bold and powerful and dimensional, certainly a lot to like about her. Big down her top, thick out through her hip. I think all those things are certainly major positives for her. And then it becomes a matter of, all right, how do we project that out? Do we keep enough maternal look through her head, through her shoulder, and the way that she plants to the surface? And I think those things, just kind of weigh in your mind. The heifer that is right behind her, I think, has a lot of those same advantages in terms of moderation, depth of body, boldness of rib, and overall thickness. She's one that of that particular pair does blend in a little smoother about her shoulder, sets up a little bit neater about her front 1/3 of her skeleton, and so I think you like those things. When she gets out on the move, I would sure like to see her be a little bit leveler in her hip as she goes, but I think from a flexibility standpoint, the way she uses her joints, we don't have any functionality issues, just a matter of how she holds that hip together. And then we have two heifers that are both just a bit bigger in their frame size, a little bit more length of body about them, heifers that just a little bit later in their maturity pattern than what we have in the other two. I think both of these cattle are good from a skeletal standpoint. They both have some boldness and dimension up high. They're just not nearly as soft and deep into their forerib and flank at this particular stage, and I think they're at that edge of if they're going to get it, it's probably time we start getting there. But I think they also have some youthfulness about each one of them that tells me that we've got some things there. And so I guess my challenge as we work through this particular group is a little bit of maybe what you have in your head for a certain type, and then realizing that when you get a group of 4 that maybe we just don't end up with the exact same type that are going to fit together here for our champion and reserve division, but you use the two that you think put together the most positive. So with that, going to use the heifer here out of class 2 of this division, follow with this heifer right behind her for reserve.
Results out of your senior yearling division: champion exhibited by Bailey Chico with M4 Miss Caramel Corn 32, and reserve champion will go to Jennifer Mask with Miss V8 916 over 9. Now in the ring is class 18 in our intermediate division. Back over to the ultra ring.
I think the female that we used to win the class just does so with a bit more eye appeal and class and extras in terms of the way that she's designed from the profile. More extended up through her front 1/3, sets in a little bit higher about her neck, still then cleaner through her chest floor. Study that relation back to her rear rib and flank. I think all those things help her balance up. Like her top line where her tailhead sits in, and then when we get them out on the move, I think both these cattle are more than functional in terms of their structure. She certainly doesn't give up any advantages in that regard. The heifer that comes behind her is one that moderate frame, practical centered type female, going to be extremely easy fleshing as a mature cow, so you like those things. Bring her into this show ring setting, would like to see her set down on a bit more foot and bone and just kind of more ruggedness of design, if you will. And then I think with that refinement down low, you'd probably like her to be a little bit longer and more extended through the front 1/3 of her body, just to have everything balance in together a bit better. a lot of different types and kinds as you work through, and the heifer that we'll end up with in this first position, obviously, is the one that, to me, puts it together in the most complete package of the trio. There's no question we've got presence and eye appeal, and I don't know that we do that with then just an extremely flat shoulder and some of the things that usually go along with that. But, I mean, just one that when she hits the pin just has a style and a balance and eye appeal about her, and then opens up really big and bold through the center part of her rib cage, powerful down at the ground, and the way she uses her foot and bone work to the surface. She's one that gets just a little bit more shoulder probably in her, a little bit more lower chest in her perhaps, and then one that's certainly pushing some condition at this stage, but a lot of good in her. I like her a great deal. Heifer that comes in second is one that when we get into the second and third decision, probably just hits you as the more practical type, a little bit more useful in terms of being a lower input, more moderate sound, body type female. And so those are all her advantages. If we did, we'd like to probably stouten her up, lengthen her from end to end to allow her to kind of fit a little bit wider array of clientele. She gets to be just a little bit plainer in her bone and foot and muscle. And then the heifer that rounds out is one that if we do want to go that opposite end and we need to try to find some length and extension and growth, then obviously her genetics play into her favor in that regard. But one at this stage with that extra frame, certainly like to pull her apart in her center rib, her depth of flank, and just kind of make her an easier doing type package as you study her as a mature cow.
Well, congratulations once again over in the Ultra Ring, your reserve grand champion. And back over in the Brahman ring, results out of Class 19 before the division. First place went to Walters Livestock with Miss 5H, Amber 5/3. Second place exhibited by Morris Black Gold Brahmins. And third place also went to Morris Black Gold Brahmins.
Here that represent our class winners, and I think as we work through decisions here, it'll be within our class winners. I think those are the two cattle that in this division just surface their way up. Gentlemen's blue or heifer here up front, one that you like in terms of her extension, you like in terms of the way that she's designed, in terms of her top line and her center rib. I think all of those things are extremely good. I think she's one that probably when we just study her through the base of her chest, reads a little cleaner than the heifer that stands beside or behind her. One that handles her feet and legs fairly well. I think her rear leg you like in terms of the way she sets down. Maybe reads just a little bit flatter through her fore rib perhaps than what we have in the heifer that comes behind her. She's just not overwhelming in terms of overall mass. The heifer that comes behind is one that mentioned in class. To me, there was a degree of presence about that female and balance that she has, and it's not again because she's incredibly long-fronted or smooth-shouldered. I think those are areas where she needs to be a notch better. But to me, everything blends together on her pretty well. She's bold in her rib, very, very dimensional up high, and then when we step in behind her, she's set wide in her pin set. I think her rear leg structure is extremely good. I think she handles her front feet plenty good as well when she gets on the move. So really, really fun pair, I think, to sort through, and I think both of them have some give and take about where you land. I guess ultimately the heifer in behind is the one that hit me the hardest when they first entered the pen. We're going to use her for division, follow with the one up front for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Champion intermediate heifer over here in the Brahman ring goes to Walters Livestock with Miss 5H Amber 5/3 and reserve champion. We'll go to BRC Ranch with BRC Sparks Fly 430. We'll now go into your junior division. First class in will be class 23.
I think a pair of heifers that as we've gone through the day, you try to find cattle that are good at the ground and work your way up. And I think here's a pair of heifers that we're probably going to sacrifice some skeletal build because there's just so many other things that she's so much better at in this particular setting. And so I think, there's an element of judging that you have to try to sit back and just weigh all of it together. And I'll be the first to admit the heifer up front needs to be bigger footed. She needs to be a little bit better toe shape and the way that she plants to the surface with more cushion. I think past that, though, when they get at the stand, there's no question we've got more performance, more eye appeal, more overall balance in dimension from end to end. So I think just, a tough decision. You hate to compromise too much. I think she handles it well enough to win this particular setting of cattle, but obviously that's what I would like to change about her. The young lady's heifer then obviously has that advantage. She's a bit more correct in the angles of her skeleton, particularly her rear leg, her hip, and hock design is put together more appropriately. Just in this group, we give up a fair bit of performance and overall ruggedness and stoutness, and so I think it's an interesting decision. If you want to go through and I think we can use her from her skeletal correctness standpoint, but we're sacrificing some other things to do that. And so I think the young lady's got a nice little female here that's going to make a nice cow, be easy and low input, and easy keeping in her typing kind.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Results out of Class 23. First place exhibited by Doucette Cattle Services. And second place went to Taitland Wood. Now in the ring is Class 24.
Well, this is a pair of heifers. When they hit you realize that you've got two high-quality options that both put together a lot of positives. And I think with that, the gentleman's heifer up front is the one that, to me, when you study her in her bone and her foot size and her foundation and couple that with her extra look through the front one-third of her skeleton, everything to me balances up a bit better with her. She's got an intriguing look through her front end. She's flexible and sets down on a bigger bone column than what we have in the heifer in second. She's certainly deep enough and soft enough in terms of her body, handles her top line extremely well on the move. The heifer in second's probably one that's just pulled apart a bit wider from end to end. She's got a good shape down her top. She's bold in through the center part of her body. Step in behind her, that heifer's got real genuine shape as you study her through her hip and stifle and quarter, so you like those. She leaves you on a very square, very correct base. To me, with that extra power that she has and roundness, you would like to see her set down on a bit more foot and bone than we talked about. The front end advantage favors the female in first.
How'd that go? Well, congratulations. In Class 24, first place will go to Jennifer Parker with Miss CBR Ellie May, 8:17 over 3, and second place exhibited by Rush Herzog. We're going to go right into division. We have a single entry out of 26 joining us for your junior champion drive.
I think a division that maybe comes together a little bit easier in my mind than what we had in the previous cattle that all have, I think, enough extension, length of body, yet still are bold enough in their body and have enough production from them from that regard. I think then it starts to become an element of skeletal correctness, and then which one puts it all together. The gentleman's heifer up front at the stand, I think she fits the bill in kind of fitting the lineup. It's just her foot size and how she handles herself on the move that I think she falls out of favor just a bit in this particular group. Heifer in the middle is one that's incredibly good at the ground. I think the angles of her skeleton, the way that she uses her hip and her rear leg, and all of those things are extremely good. She's ultra good through the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe not overwhelming from there back, and just in terms of her overall mass and power and dimension, but puts together just a very, very balanced maternal package. And then we end up with a single entry here that obviously is fun to bring her in and see. I think she fits where we're at from a frame and length of body point of view. Certainly has the balance and eye appeal, and then yet we take it to a little different level in terms of her stoutness of foundation, her boldness, her overall dimension up high and back out through her hip, and her width as she travels. To me, just a very, very fresh, high-quality female that couples some of the things that we've been looking for throughout the day. I mean, if we want to get real critical, I don't think she handles her right rear leg quite as well as probably the heifer right in front of her, just when they get out and go. But from there up, a ton of mass and a ton of volume and good in her. So with this particular group, we're going to use that heifer that came in as a single entry for champion and follow with the heifer in the middle for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion bull exhibited by Herzog Cattle. That's Miss 8. Junior champion heifer, my apologies. That was Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Quinn, 180/3. And reserve champion will go to Jennifer Parker with Miss CBR Ellie Mae, 817/3. We have one female in our senior division. Following this, we will go into our age senior division.
Obviously just a single entry here, but I think one that kind of follows a similar type to the female we just studied within that last division in terms of being pretty big-footed, flexible, having some stoutness about her, but then not compromising look and quality and eye appeal. I think all those things certainly are positives about this female. If we get critical of her, maybe lower chest floor, maybe her hip design's not quite as set up and neat and level as what we've seen in some other cattle. But I think in terms of having performance and stoutness and coupling that with skeletal flexibility, there's a lot to like about this particular female. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your senior champion female exhibited by BRC Ranch. That's BRC Feeling Good Again 323. We're now going to welcome in your final class and division. This class 35 aged seniors.
Well, as we get into this set of pairs, obviously we'll get to the one up front, but I think you also just sit back and say, all right, and as we're into these pairs, we've got two really, really good cows out here that have exceptionally stout bull calves at the side, and I mean, I think we're just graced with a lot of quality as we work all the way through, whether it be the cows or the calves at side and what future they might hold as well. With that said, the heifer up front, or the cow up front, is obviously one that puts together a lot of positives in terms of we've talked throughout today about trying to find one that have moderation and yet still length and attractiveness and a maternal look through their front end. This female certainly has that, opens up into a really high volume, dimensional center rib, and then plenty of muscle shape, plenty of dimension as we study. Feet quality and udder quality, all those types of things certainly don't allow her the opportunity to miss a beat out here. And so I think exceptionally good female to win, and then a really stout bull calf there that she's in the process of raising that obviously looks to have tremendous bone structure, stoutness of build and such in him. The bull calf here that the pair in second has, that guy's has a cool looking dude. That one is extremely intriguing through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He's big footed, he's big bone. That hip and rear leg in a baby calf is pretty cool. And then you study the cow, and she's not maybe overwhelming in that regard. She's one that just moderate and very maternal in her look. very, very correct in terms of her skeleton, but she's off and running with a tremendous calf there at side and early stages of her life. So congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your age senior champion exhibited by BRC Ranch. That was BRC Me Again Margaret, 254, and reserve champion exhibited by Providence Ezel. Now going to welcome in all your division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand reserve, Gray Brahman female.
Well, as we close the Gray Female Show, and I know we've got bulls yet to come, but this has been an incredible opportunity to come up here just a little bit north of where we usually see this breed on display. And I tell you what, we end up with a group of cattle here that I think you guys as Brahman breeders can be proud of, and that they're displaying a tremendous amount of quality and good as we think about a national type show like this. And a ton of different judges, a ton of different opinions that you guys can bring to the table as a group of breeders. And so I humbly thank you for the opportunity to be up here today to work through the cattle and share some thoughts and opinions. And we won't belabor this other than I think there is a tremendous group of cattle in the ring right now. I think all of them have some different parts and pieces of them that make them unique for this setting. And I think we've got some young heifers down here that it'll be really, really fun to see how they develop. But I think we've got a tremendous amount of heat as we work through these last few classes as well. And again, we're not going to go through them all. I can just tell you that the two that we're going to land on today, I'm as fired up about as I've been able to be when you get to the end of a Gray Brahman show, and know that some of you may not like everything about them, but I can assure you these are going to be the two cattle that undoubtedly are the two that fit type and kind that I like. And so with that, I know we're not just overwhelmed with folks at ringside, but those of you that are, if you could please put your hands together for these breeders and exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Gray Brahman, female, exhibited by BRC Ranch. That's BRC, me again, Margaret, 254. And congratulations, your reserve champion, exhibited by Herzog Cattle. That was Miss H.C. Quinn, 180 over 3. Well, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll go right into your Gray Bull show.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Well, congratulations.
This bull will represent that division. I think he's going to do so very well. I think when we study him and his foundation, his correctness of foot shape, and his flexibility, his angles are certainly ones that you appreciate. I think this guy's opened up into the center part of his body in a manner that gives him a great deal of future. Also, he's up-headed, fairly attractive in his design. May want to change the way he moves out of his hip, just in terms of the way that top line all fits together, and may want to clean him up in a sheath design just a bit. But certainly one that love his foot and bone work and ruggedness at this stage of the game.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Your calf champion exhibited by Morris Black Gold Brahmins. That was Mr. Black Gold area at 152/4. Well, now welcome in class 47.
I would assume as we work through this bull show, we might have a little of this where we don't have numbers, but the quality is certainly there. And I think an intriguing pair, a pair that of bulls that offer some pretty extreme differences in what they bring to the table. And I think number one, if they both settle in and decide to be show bulls, that would help. But I think with that in mind, really like the muscle pattern, really like the extra dimension of top shape, the way this guy's built back out through his hip, through his lower quarter. I think those are advantages. I think the way he sets up front and his front feet and the way those rear feet come to the ground are all advantages for this particular bull. I think just more genuine width from end to end, genuine shape to the way that bull's designed, and then he's better at the ground, in my opinion. a lot of things to like about the bull in second, though. I think number one, incredibly fresh in terms of his presentation at this stage. That guy is big in terms of his center rib. He's got some foot and bone work working in him. I like those things about him. A bull that's got some length of body and performance, certainly. As he sets up front, wants to get just a little more in at his knee, toes out just a bit, probably just doesn't reach out of that rear skeleton quite as well. We can see he just comes up a nickel short in that stride every time. Study his upper hip. He's not pried apart with as much power as what we have in our class winner.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. First place to go to Michael Allen with SBACC Cowpoke. First place exhibited by Garner Ranch, and second place went to Walters Livestock. Now in the ring is Class 49 before the division.
I think of pair of bulls here that have some good in each one of them. The young man's bull up front's the one, I guess, that puts it together in a package that probably just suits me better in terms of, for his size, a bit more foot and bone work underneath him. Moderate frame type bull that's really level in his design, pretty uniform in his body depth. I think all of those things just allow him to balance up fairly well. Not overwhelming from a rib or a power standpoint. Maybe not just the most dense or broad bull that we might see, but I think one that just in terms of being smooth blending, correct enough in terms of his skeleton, and then having the muscle and rib to kind of match that, he becomes a safer choice for me in this particular class. The bull that comes next is one certainly from a performance and growth and length of body, smoothness of shoulder, and then still having some shape back out through his top and through his upper hip. He has that. He's one, I think, with all of those things, you'd like to tone him down just a nickel in his frame, perhaps. Certainly, even if you don't do that, like to pull him apart in his forerib, give him more depth and softness to his rear rib and flank. I think for the size that he is, probably just give him a nickel more bone as well and have him go to the surface with a touch more flexibility. We shift right back into division. I thought that Class 1 had 2 entries in that group that certainly bring a lot of quality to the table, and the bull up front in that group did so, to me, in a little bit looser structured, more correct feet and leg placement point of view. I think he's got the advantage there. Certainly one that is powerful in the way that he's designed back out to his hip and lower quarter. Still couples all that together in a balanced package, puts together a lot of good, and has a lot of future to him, in my opinion. The bull that was behind him in that class, we talked, really freshly presented, big and deep into his center body. Wasn't quite as good on the move, maybe played out just a little bit when we get right in behind him. So I think that's kind of maybe how we read those particular bulls. And then we study this bull out of Class 2 of this division. Just very, very comfortable bull in terms of being correct in his feet and bone work. He's one that's got some width of skeleton, still smooth blending and balanced in his overall type and kind. Use the bull up front for your champion. Follow with the young gentleman's other class winner for reserve.
Well, congratulations over in the Brahman ring. Your champion junior yearling bull exhibited by Garner Ranch with at Mr. Carneyman 161 over 4. And reserve champion was exhibited by Ty Ritchie with M4 Captain Cold 40. We'll now welcome in our single entry in our senior yearling division. Back over in the Brangus ring, we have
single entry division, but I think these few that have been represented that way are going to fit our lineup in a nice manner. This bull's got some quality about him in terms of having some boldness of rib and muscle. Length of pattern is definitely in his favor, and so just I think a lot of usefulness in him. Handles his front structure pretty well. When he gets out, wants to shuffle off of that rear skeleton just a bit. Would sure like for him to take a longer reach there and probably stouten him up at the ground a bit with some more ruggedness of bone and foot. But congratulations to the young lady on a nice bull.
Well, congratulations in the Brahman ring. Your senior yearling champion exhibited by Glory B. Brahman with Mr. Glory B. 27. We'll now go into your intermediate division. First class in class 58. Well, congratulations, your champion junior.
I think a pair of bulls here that have worlds of shape and expression about each one of them. I think we've got enough muscle and product in each one of them. It's just a matter of which bull maybe fits a little bit better from a frame size and center rib dimension standpoint. And those are definitely the advantages for the gentleman's bull up front. More moderate, bigger rib, softer middle type bull. Handles his feet and leg structure, I think, acceptable. He's not just perfect in the way he goes off of those rear two, but I think in this setting, his levelness of top, his depth of flank, and the way that that he moves becomes an advantage. Gentleman's bull that follows him, bigger, longer, stretchier type bull in terms of adding some performance to him. That guy's got a big old hip in him and has some quarter. He's one, though, that sets up a little straighter in his knee, doesn't handle that rear structure quite as well. And then I think at this stage, like to provide him more openness to his full rib and depth to his flank to help him balance up just a notch better.
Well, congratulations in Class 58, first place exhibited by Glory B. Brahman with Mr. Glory B 28. Second place was exhibited by Deset Cattle Services with DCS, Mr. Deuces Gambler. We'll now welcome in Class 59.
A single entry here that I think has got a lot of good to him. Skeletal quality certainly comes together very, very well on him. Like the angle to his shoulder, the way he uses that front knee and plants up front. Those things allow him to really handle his top line and his hip and rear leg design very, very well. He's a bull that balances up from his chest floor back to his flank and still has a good look through his front end. So I think when we step right in behind him, maybe not as massive as some of the other bulls that we've seen, but one together that puts it together in a very smooth, correct package. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. Results of Class 59. First place was exhibited by Watts Ranch with Mr. 5H Brixton 4/3. Now in the ring, Class 60 before the division. And congratulations back in the Brangus ring. Results out of our final class, Red Brangus. Well, congratulations, your champion.
That are just a little bit smaller in size, but certainly can go a long way and try to put together quality that matches, particularly these top two. And that's no offense to the bull that we'll end up with in third in this group. Just a tough one to be a class of three in. And I think as we work through these front two, they're the two that from a frame and body standpoint and dimension, they certainly, I think, fit. I think both of them do that. And as we just break them down and kind of work our way into them, put it all together, to me, the bull up front is got the advantage in terms of structure. And we've tried to be disciplined in that, or at least I have throughout the day, and not just totally hinge everything on that, and make sure that they put together some other positives as we work through skeletal flexibility. I just think this guy is the one in this particular pair of good bulls that has that advantage. He sets in neater at his shoulder and his front knee. He's the bull that when he gets out and moves out of his hip and his rear leg design, he's cleaner jointed. He's more flexible as he travels right away from you in terms of his squareness and his reach out of his stride. Certainly a bull that's got plenty of depth and overall balance. And so I think there's just a lot of positives in him. We had some other cattle throughout the day that we talked about ESTs, and this guy has that. He is more rugged in his bone and foot. He's more powerful in terms of his foundation. Really thick bull in terms of the way he's designed his top line and his hip. And love his center rib. All of those things, to me, this guy can do just so many positives. It's where you land from a comfort level standpoint as a judge or as a breeder, and in terms of where he fits. I just wish he was a little better in his knee. I wish he was a little better as he travels right away from you. And then to me, the pair is really, really close already. But then that probably pushes the envelope just a notch. The red tinge bull that follows is one that, from a balance standpoint, he fits into the game. That bull has some length to his front end, some strength and levelness to his top line, has some boldness to his rib cage, just not as deep and soft to his center rib, not as powerful at the ground as what we have in those top two bulls in this class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. Results of class 30. Results out of class 60 before division. First place exhibited by BRC Ranch with BRC 6 gun 328. Second place was exhibited by Walters Livestock, and third place went to V6 Ranch. Well, congratulations over in the Brian.
First class that we had, both those cattle have plenty of good to them in terms of just real world setting, and both do it in different ways. The bull up front here probably fits the others in this lineup from a frame size, rib, overall width and dimension standpoint. I don't know that he matches quite the bone and footwork and overall foundation advantages that we have in the other three bulls in this group, but certainly fits from that regard. Bull in the center's one that's intriguing because this guy is incredibly well balanced, good-footed, sound-featured type female, or excuse me, a bull, one that you like in terms of the angles and the way that he hits the surface. I think the challenge with him is just kind of working through it. Does he have the power that we need from a rib standpoint? Dimension back out through his hip and through his lower quarter. I think those things could be improved on him to really fit him as a breeding piece, and if those are the things that we're working through. So he's an intriguing one because I think there's so much good in him. Just wish he was more massive and powerful. Then we had this final class that we just studied. I think the bull up front's the one that just suits certainly from a structure and build standpoint. He's opened up into a tremendous rib cage, big out through his hip. Top line is all good. I think he has the balance. I think the challenge is he and the bull out of Class 2 are the ones that have the balance and the symmetry that we like. This guy does it in a bolder fashion, and then we've got that bull that was second that, as we talked, has so many positives, and then just a few things that we may want to change on him to be able to work him as a division winner. And so with that, what we're going to do, we're going to pick this bull out of this final division. We'll move that other one up, take a look, and then pick your reserve.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman ring. In the Brahman ring, your champion intermediate bull exhibited by BRC Ranch. That was BRC 6-gun 328. And reserve champion will go to Walters Livestock. We have 2 single entries in our junior division. We'll bring them both in, select a champion reserve junior bull. Back over in the Brangus ring. Results out of your senior bull calf division for the Red Brangus champion was exhibited by Tahoe Ranch with Tahoe Ghost Pepper 204L9. And reserve champion, congratulations, goes to Marvin Taneka. Well, now welcome in Class 40. This will also be your summer bull division.
Well, another pair where you kind of fight through some differences and some advantages that they provide to us and things that maybe we want to change. Out the gentleman's bull up front is the stouter featured, more rugged, just more massive bull in terms of his overall volume and dimension. He's got those advantages. Strong in his top line, long and level from the side, and sets down on a lot of foot and bone work. Just wish that when he got out and moved, it was a touch more athletic in terms of his travel, but certainly a bull that has some positives to him. The young ladies' bull that comes in second here is one that has some more skeletal flexibility. He gets out and reaches and does so more appropriately than what our class winner does. I think with that, a bit more refined in his overall build, a bit smaller in his bone and foot, a little bit flatter in the way that bull's designed in terms of his forerib down his top. He doesn't pry apart with as much dimension. He's not as powerful back out through his hip, but certainly one that's long stride and flexible and loose structured, and all those things are very, very positive.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brangus ring. Your in the Brahman ring, results out of your junior division champion exhibited by the Cattle Services with CT Mr. Roy, and reserve champion will go to Morris Black Gold Brahmins. We're now going to bring the two entries in for your senior division. Well, congratulations, your Summer Bowl champion in the Red Brangus Show, exhibited by
big performance-oriented bull that we'll use to win this class, and obviously that's an advantage for him, but then the fact that he gets out, handles his length of stride a bit more appropriately, a more athletic featured type bull. That guy is attractive in the way he's designed through his front end, blends really attractively through his shoulder, extra length of body as you study him from their back. Good shape from a muscle standpoint. So I think one that just puts together a lot of positives in terms of what he can offer and balances up very, very well when the gentleman gets him planted. Bull in second, more moderate type, bigger rib, easier fleshing in his type and kind. He still, too, is big out through his hip, so you like those things. At the ground, not quite as rugged, not as good in his and correct in his foot shape as what we have in our winter. He gets a little bit looser there through his sheath. Might probably like to tidy him up there, make him more masculine testicular-wise and up through his front end. But that guy is he's moderate and he's deep-bodied and has muscle and product in him. Just like to have him get out and move a little better in the way he plants at the ground.
Well, congratulations, your senior champion, exhibited by Walters Livestock with Walters Game On, and reserve champion, exhibited by Glory B. Brahman with Mr. Glory B 24/2. We'll now welcome in your final class and division here in your Gray Brahman Bull Show. These will be aged senior bulls.
End up with a pair of single entries here that represent this division, so we'll talk them as such. The bull up front, really cool in terms of his color pattern and the way that he fits together. Extremely fresh in his presentation. Love the body shape that he has through the center part of his skeleton. He's bold in his rear, very, very fresh in terms of his center body and flank at this stage, and I think all of that allows this guy to balance up very, very well, very high quality. I think as we study him, I think he's one that maybe we want to set back in his knee just a bit, maybe have that head and neck kind of tie in a little bit higher there through his front end. Bull that when we step in behind him, he's got more than enough mass. I don't know that he's overwhelming through his upper hip. I don't know that he's just overwhelming in terms of his foot and his overall bone work, but like the fact that he's clean jointed, handles his hip and his rear leg well. A nice bull there to represent that particular class. In our older class here, I think we end up with a bull that probably not as fresh in his presentation today, but when we study him at the ground, extremely big-footed, deep-heeled type bull that handles his feet and legs, I think, more than acceptable at this stage. A bull that's got tremendous length of body, length of hip and power. When you step right in behind him, I think that's a fairly significant advantage for him over the younger bull that stands right ahead of him. At this stage, just a little bit plainer reading from a freshness standpoint to the center part of his skeleton, but one that I think good at the ground, balances up well, and a tremendous amount of shape. So I think a good pair of bulls here. Going to use the older bull to win the division. Bull up front, then obviously will follow for reserve.
Well, congratulations back over in the Brahman. To conclude your Brahman show, our final division champion exhibited by BRC Ranch with BRC Geronimo's Cadillac 230. Reserve champion will go to Watts Ranch with WR Mr. Archie Dan 335. Well, at this time, we're bringing in all your division champion reserves. We'll select the grand and reserve grand champion, Gray Brahman Bull. Back over in the Brangus ring, results out of Class 48 in your yearling division. Champion exhibited by Wellman Cattle Company with Diamond K Old Soul 157L. And reserve champion goes to GKB Cattle with GKB Ranger 804L8. We're now going to welcome in Class 47. This is Spring Yearling Bulls born March to April of 2023 before the division. Well, congratulations in Class 47. First place exhibited by Jessica Maxwell with MCC Lancelot 72L. And second place in that class went to Irons Creek Ranch. We'll now bring in that single entry as well as our first and second out of Class 47. Select a champion reserve yearling bull.
Well, as we wrap up our bull show here in the gray division, again, been a lot of fun, very humbling opportunity to come out here and share some thoughts and make some evaluations of some cattle that obviously are extremely valuable, extremely good in terms of what they can offer as we go down the road in this particular breed. My compliments to all the folks here at Cattleman's Congress. Obviously, this show has become a marquee event in a very short period of time due to their professionalism and class and the way that they represent the industry here for a couple of weeks in Oklahoma City. So the opportunity to come up here and walk through this ring is certainly a great opportunity. With that said, obviously there's challenge within this particular lineup and where exactly we want to land. I think probably unlike the Gray Heifer show, I think there's some more discussion as you work through and try to find animals that put it all together in terms of where we want to land. I think there's a bull that, in my opinion, comes to the forefront as your winner in terms of being just so good at the ground, so big and robust in his center body, and then still balancing up extremely well. And frankly, I think after that, maybe a little bit more discussion of where we land. I think there's a couple of these bulls out here that I like structurally and the amount of power and mass that they bring to the table. There's a couple of others that provide that and have some structural things that we've got to work through, and then a couple of young bulls here on the other end that are good at the ground, good in terms of their flexibility, but obviously just a tremendous amount of maturity that they need to get into them still to really feel comfortable landing in that position. So with that said, it's been, again, a humbling opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. My compliments and best wishes to all of you as you work through your spring show season.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brahman ring. Your grand champion Gray Brahman bull exhibited by BRC Ranch. That's BRC 6 Gun 328. Reserve champion, and congratulations also to BRC Ranch with BRC Geronimo's Cadillac 230. Well, again, congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors this morning, and a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Jeffrey Thane.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.